Yeah. When the Larks' schedule came out in the preseason, they were supposed to travel to Topeka on June 24th, but instead they are at home tonight for a matchup with the BTL Hornets. Welcome in, everybody, to the pregame show. My name is Hank Corsair, and the Larks are fresh off of another run rule victory to improve to 13-0 as we look back at that game from 2 nights ago down in Dodge City. The Larks won that game by a final score of 15-3, jumping out to an early 5-0 lead, and they never held back once again. They actually jumped out to an 8-3 lead after 5 innings, and it took Dodge that long before they finally made a change on the mound, going from Blake Pacheco to Nicholas Gonzalez. And the Larks were able to put together 7 runs in the final 2 innings to secure that run rule victory and hand Dodge their first ever loss as the Boot Hill Lawmen, which is their City Connect uniforms that at the time they were undefeated in. And the Larks had a lot of big performances. Trent Baker got his first home run of the season. Also, Tabor Stokes contributed for 3 runs. Cade Green also with 2 of his own. So that bottom third of the Larks order, because those 3 batted 7, 8, 9, they combined for 8 of the Larks' 15 runs. And some other players that scored multiple runs were Sean Keenan. And on the pitching side, Simon Lunsford got a really good start, going for 5 innings and getting the majority of the Larks strikeouts, along with Braden Cox and Jackson Ramos, who each pitched 1 inning. And tonight the Larks are going to play their final game against a team from outside the RMBL. It's the BTL Hornets out of the Kansas City Collegiate League. They come in tonight with a record of 2-16. And yesterday they ended a 9-game losing streak. And they're still trying to find their footing. This is a team from Shawnee, Kansas, and BTL is a baseball academy in Shawnee that is made up entirely of regional players, because 29 of the 30 players on their roster are from the Kansas City area. And they're also a very young team, with 15 of their players having either just graduated high school or are still in high school. But they're fresh off of a win. Tonight is their first game that is not part of a doubleheader, and they're ready to go to work against the Larks, who will start Hank Brown on the mound in tonight's game when we come back. Welcome back, everyone, to Larks Park as we are set for first pitch between the Larks and the BTL Hornets. As I said in the pregame show, the Larks were supposed to travel to Topeka tonight, but because the Topeka Capitals canceled their season, they instead are taking on the BTL Hornets here in Hayes. The Larks are fresh off of their 5th run rule win, and the Hornets are fresh off of a 9-7 win yesterday that ended a 9-game losing streak as they come into tonight's game with a record of 2-16. Leading off for them tonight is number 99, Logan Melvin, the recent graduate of Bishop Miege High School in Shawnee, Kansas. He is one of 15 players on this BTL team that has either graduated high school or is currently still in high school, and he is taking on number 31, Hank Brown, the sophomore right-hander and SIU Edwardsville commit. His first appearance was 3 days ago when the Larks took on the Dodge City A's in a non-league contest, and he is set for the first pitch. Hank Brown delivers and puts it right down Broadway for strike one. First pitch for tonight's game comes at 7:07 p.m. and it is 83 degrees at first pitch with some wind coming out of the east. There's some scattered clouds throughout the sky, but the sun is shining down and it is great weather for some baseball. This one's put in play into right field. Ty Schmeidler gets under it and he makes the catch for the first out of the inning. Now up for the Hornets is number 77, Nico Martinez, and here is the rest of their order. Number 21, Jackson Whitten is on deck. Batting fourth and in the holes, number 7, Quinn Grobel. In the 5-hole spot is number 40, Elroy Hasabu. In the DH spot tonight is number 27, Brogan Jaworski. And the last 3 batters in the order are number 24, Hampton Miller, number 2, Cade Uniac, and number 4, Clayton Anderson. Nico Martinez begins with an 0-1 count against Hank Brown. And the next pitch is fouled over to the on-deck circle on the Hornets side, and the count now 0-2 to Nico Martinez, the junior from DeSoto, Kansas. Brown looking for a strikeout as he's ahead 0-2, and this one's chopped, and this one's going to bounce foul. And Nico Martinez will stay alive. Here is the defensive alignment tonight for the Larks. In left field is number 9, Braden Cox. Back in center field is number 5, Max Flowers, and in right field tonight is number 16, Ty Schmeidler. Dylan Hazelhorst will be responsible behind the plate tonight. And on the next pitch, it's a swing and a miss on the low outside corner, and just like that, there's 2 away. Hank Brown gets his 4th strikeout as a Lark. He struck out all 3 batters in his first appearance in that game against Dodge City. And now up is number 21, Jackson Whitten. Here's the infield for the Larks. Austin Crawford is at third base. Over at first is number 34, Tanner Norman. As Whitten will duck out of the way, the count is 1-0. And on the middle part of the infield tonight is number 3, Rainer Bean over at shortstop. And Carson Lyles makes his first appearance at second base. Brown gets set. The pitch is on the way. And this one's going to be fouled off the net, scaring some birds away that were resting on top of it. The count is 1-1. Jackson Whitten is another player that recently graduated from DeSoto High School here in Kansas. Fouling back the next pitch, he's down 1-2. Comes in with a team best 242 batting average and 8 hits. And the Larks have a chance for a 3-up, 3-down inning already. Brown sends the 1-2 to the plate, and he thought that was strike 3. A lot of the Larks players started to make their way over to the third base dugout, but the home plate umpire said that one just missed on the high outside corner to give Jackson Whitten an even count. Hazelhorst wants this one up high, and this one gets on the outside part of the plate for strike 3. A 3-up, 3-down inning, including a flyout and back-to-back strikeouts for the Larks. And now they go to work with the bats. Max Flowers leads things off when we come back. The Larks go 3 up, 3 down against the Hornets in the top of the first inning, included 2 more strikeouts added to the season totals of Hank Brown. Max Flowers will lead things off for the Larks in the bottom of the first, followed by Braden Cox and Rainer Bean, and they are facing number 44, Cale Fawcett, the Kansas City, Kansas Community College commit, who recently graduated from Shawnee Mission South High School, a team that competed in the 6A state tournament. And the first pitch is on the way to Flowers, and he leaves that one outside for ball 1. The rest of the Larks order after Cox and Bean, or after Flowers, Cox, and Bean will be number 34, Tanner Norman. Number 12, Cade Green bats 5th in the DH spot. This one's fouled back, and Flowers works with an even 1-1 count. Batting 6th is number 8, Austin Crawford, and batting 7th is number 16, Ty Schmeidler. Carson Lyles was a courtesy runner in last game. He bats 8th, and number 29, Dylan Hazelhorst, is back at the 9-hole spot. Fawcett deals the 1-1, and Flowers puts this one over to the second baseman. That's Anderson, who fields it and throws it down to first base in time for the first out. Now up for the Larks is number 9, Braden Cox. He was a pitcher in the last game against Dodge City for 1 inning. That was the 6th inning that he came in for. He only gave up 1 hit, did not allow any runs, and added a strikeout as well. And here is the rest of the defensive alignment for the BTL Hornets. From left to right in the outfield is number 24, Hampton Miller. In center field is number 99, Logan Melvin. And in right field is number 2, Cade Uniac. First pitch to Cox finds the zone, making the count 0-1. Over at first base is number 7, Quinn Grobel. The second baseman that just made the play is number 4, Clayton Anderson. Next to him at the shortstop position will be number 77, Nico Martinez. Number 40, Elroy Hasabu is at third. And the catcher tonight is number 21, Jackson Whitten. 1-1 is the count to the left fielder out of Colorado Mesa. And he thought about taking a swing at that one, but will leave it outside to move the count to 1-2. Or excuse me, move the count to 2-1. The catcher wants this one on the outside part of the plate, and this one goes up high. And now the count is 3-1 to Cox. This is Braden Cox's 6th game in the Larks batting order. He's gotten all five of his hits in the last 3 games. Fouling off the next pitch, he now works with a full count. For Cale Fawcett, this is his 4th start with the Hornets. He's one of their primary arms, as he has the best ERA on the team, which is all zeros, and holds his opponents to a batting average less than 100. But he will walk Braden Cox on the payoff pitch, and he occupies first base. Now up is number 3, Rainer Bean, playing at the shortstop position tonight, and is one of 2 Larks in the lineup tonight that got 2 hits against the A's. Both of those were base hits for Rainer Bean, and he contributed 2 RBIs and a run of his own. Fawcett looks back over at first base, and he delivers a fastball that's fouled off to make the count 0-1. For Cale Fawcett, he brings a lot of experience to the table for this young Hornets team. A first-team All-State selection this season as a utility player. Had a team-high 52 strikeouts with Shawnee Mission South, and previously played for the Royals scout team, which is a travel team that the Royals organize, and it allows players to get high-level training and also get some high-level exposure from college scouts and MLB scouts, as this one's a fly ball that'll be caught by the second baseman. Braden Cox made a run over to second base, so he cannot get back in time, and that will retire the side. So both teams only send up 3 batters in the first inning, and we still have no score going into the top of the second. Welcome back, everybody, to some Wednesday night baseball. My name is Hank Corsair with you here at Larks Park as the Larks get set to face the middle part of the Hornets order. Both teams went 3 up, 3 down in the first inning, and on the first pitch to Quinn Grobel, to swing and a miss for strike one from Hank Brown. Quinn Grobel's a sophomore from Cowley Community College, originally from Leawood, Kansas. His next pitch is on the way, and he swings and misses at that one as well. He's down with 2 strikes. He's coming off of his second multi-hit game of the season yesterday against 643 KC. And now has to bow back down 0-2. This one drops low for the first ball. After Grobel to be number 40, Elroy Hasabu, and then number 27, Brogan Jaworski in the hole. Brown got 2 strikeouts in the prior inning, and this one will be fouled off as Grobel stays alive. This season at Cowley Community College, Quinn Grobel finished with a .318 average and also had 10 home runs. And here's the 1-2 on the way from Brown, and this one goes past the opposite batter's box. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the first baseman. Tonight is Hank Brown's first start as a Lark. He pitched in the final inning of the first game between the Larks and the A's, and has to continue to battle against Quinn Grobel as he fouls another one off. This next pitch will be number 7 of the current at-bat. And Brown kicks and deals. And another one goes too low, and that's ball 3. It'll be a full count for Grobel against Brown. Hazel Hornets wants this one low and centered, and it is another foul ball that will land into the street next to us. That's 3 foul balls now for Quinn Grobel after the count got up to 2 strikes. Brown taking his time, shakes his head no a few times at Hazelhorst, and then gets his pitch. And this one's going to get away from Dylan Hazelhorst, and the Hornets have their first runner of the night. It was a 9-pitch plate appearance there for the first baseman. Now up is number 40, Elroy Hasabu. The slugging percentage leader for this Hornets team, coming in at .406. Hasabu just wrapped up his freshman year at Missouri Valley College. And the first pitch from Brown is going to be a slow roller over to Lyles. The play at second is in time, but they cannot get a throw down to first. So Hasabu is safe on his fielder's choice, and there's 1 out. Coming up next is number 27, Brogan Jaworski, the DH in tonight's game for the Hornets. He is a freshman that just finished up this season at Benedictine in Atchison, Kansas at the NAIA level. He's listed on the roster as both a catcher and a right-handed pitcher, but tonight he is in the DH spot. And Brown's first pitch to him is on the way. This one's going to be a chopper that's fielded by Brown barehandedly, and he throws it down to Tanner Norman in time for out number 2. And Elroy Hasabu now goes over to second base. It would be big for the Hornets if they can get that runner in scoring position home, but they work against 2 outs. And next up is number 24, Hampton Miller. He is the only player on this BTL team that is not from the Kansas City area. He's originally from Tulsa, Oklahoma, but he does go to Highland Community College, so that's how he has that connection. Big lead over at second for Hasabu. And Brown's pitch is going to be a swing and a miss by Miller, as it looked like he was holding back a little bit, but he did go around with his arms tucked to his body. No balls and 1 strike. Hazel Hornets wants this one down low, and that one's going to find the low part of the zone to get ahead 0-2. The Hornets have had 2 base runners this inning. Quinn Grobel walked and got out on the fielder's choice that put Elroy Hasabu on first. He's now at second base. Lyles goes up to the second base bag, acting like he's going to cover it. And Miller stays alive, leaving that one on the outside part of the plate for ball one. Miller's ready, and Brown gets his pitch. He's played in a team-high 17 games, and he stays alive, just moving his body out of the way on that one. The count is 2-2 to the freshman from Highland Community College. Hazelhorst and Brown both agree with each other. And Brown looks back over at second base. Hasabu's halfway down the base path. And Hazelhorst and Brown both thought that one was strike three, but it's going to lead to a full count. It's the second full count this inning. The first one was Quinn Grobel, who walked on a 9-pitch plate appearance. Two outs, and here's the payoff pitch. And that one goes inside. Hazelhorst came out of his stance to try to get the runner at third. Hasabu's now 90 feet away from home plate. And Miller now occupies first base. Next up is number 2, Cade Uniac, who's playing in right field tonight. He remains uncommitted after recently graduating from Shawnee Mission South. Comes in with 4 hits and a 167 batting average. And he starts ahead 1-0 in the count, leaving the pitch on the outside part of the plate. The Hornets went 3 up, 3 down against the Larks in the first inning. This is the 5th batter at the plate. And out of those 4 previous batters, 3 of them got on base. The only one that didn't was Brogan Jaworski, who had the hard ground ball to Hank Brown. He fielded it with his bare hand and then threw it over to first base. And then Quinn Grobel walked to start the inning, but he was out on a 4-6 fielder's choice. The 1-0 goes to the plate, and that one's going to get in the zone for the first strike. Uniac was able to get his first multi-run game yesterday when the Hornets took on 6-4-3 KC. They won that one by a final score of 9-7. It was just their second win of the year. And they were actually up in that one 7-0, but were just able to hold off a comeback from 6-4-3. One ball and 1 strike, and Brown looks back over to first base, and taking off for second is Hampton Miller, and he's going to be in a pickle, but I think Rainer Bean tagged him. No, he did not. They're saying that he's safe at second, and the throw goes into the outfield, and the Hornets are the first one on the board in this game as Elroy Hasabu took advantage of that, scoring from third base. So Hampton Miller now stands at second base off of an error. So that will go down as an unearned run for Elroy Hasabu. And the count remains 1-1 to Cade Uniac. And Brown goes on the outside part of the plate, and it's a tied count with 2 balls and 1 strike. The right side of the Larks infield is playing closer to the outfield grass. Brown steps off the mound, looking at the runner at second base. The Hornets came into tonight's game only having 27 steals in their 18 games. They've been caught a total of 7 times, but they already have 1 successful steal tonight, and that was when Hasabu went from second to third. Now the count moves to 2-2 as Uniac watches the pitch go by. Brown just needs one more strike to retire the side, looks back at second base, and sends the ball to the plate. And Hazelhorse slides off to the side to get it. And that's back-to-back full counts for BTL. Hazelhorse wants this one right down the middle. Brown delivers, and he puts it on the outside part of the plate. And there's another walk for the Hornets. Now up is the only batter that hasn't been at the plate this inning, or in this rotation in the 9-hole spot, is number 4, Clayton Anderson. And there's going to be an infield meeting for the Larks as both Dylan Hazelhorse and Tanner Norman will come over. Last game against Dodge City, the Larks ended a four-game streak where they started from behind because they jumped out to a 5-0 lead against the A's, but tonight they're playing from behind once again and trying to remain perfect. They come in with tonight's game with a record of 13-0, 9-0 in RMBL play, and they are still the only undefeated team in the RMBL as they are first in the standings. And if you want to go check those out, you can go to, or you can look up the Rocky Mountain Baseball League on Game Changer, and it will have the standings there. Swing and a miss there by Clayton Anderson, and he starts with an 0-1 count and lost control of his bat as he'll go to pick that up. And I wonder if Dylan Hazelhorse got hit on the arm as he takes off his mask and glove. And that's actually a broken bat as Clayton Anderson's handing that one over to the batter on deck, Logan Melvin, and they're going to hand him a new one. Feels like we've seen a lot of broken bats here at Larks Park in these last couple of games. They can add another one right there, and they're going to advance the runners to second and third. I think the home plate umpire is calling it catcher interference from Hazelhorse, and Frank Leo is going to come out for an explanation from the home plate umpire. So because that's a catcher interference, Clayton Anderson goes over to first base. Cade Uniac advances to second, and Hampton Miller over to third. And the bases are loaded with 2 outs. So next up for the Hornets, number 99, Logan Melvin, the center fielder. He flew out on an 0-1 count as the leadoff batter into right field where Ty Schmeiler made the play. In that first inning, the Hornets went 3 up, 3 down. They've sent 6 batters up to the plate. This is the 7th. And it's a 1-0 count to Logan Melvin. Next pitch goes low and outside. Melvin's ahead with 2 balls in the count. Logan Melvin is a second-team 4A All-State selection. Is committed to play at Allen Community College next season. And Brown kicks and deals. And that one's left high and outside, or excuse me, high and inside for ball 3. All runners will take short leads. A ball scores the runner from third. And Brown sends it to the plate. And that one's inside and low. And just like that, the Hornets jump out to a 2-0 lead. And now Keith Harper's going to come out to the mound for a meeting with Hank Brown. It does not look like the Larks are going to make any changes because it's still early in this game. But they do have some guys warming up in the bullpen. We'll try to get a look at who that is. Looks like number 30 is the lone player warming up right now, and that's actually a new player for the Larks. That is Charlie Pierce, a right-hander from Cloud County Community College. So we'll see how long they decide to keep Hank Brown in this game. This is a non-league game, so it's while the Larks definitely want to win this one and keep their undefeated record, it doesn't have too big of an effect on you. It's the RMBL games that you really want to win, because if you finish first in the RMBL, you automatically qualify for the NBC World Series, which is just about a month away now. And the Larks are in a prime position to get that spot for the RMBL. But some other teams are threatening to take that, including Liberal, and Dodge City was in a good spot as well, but they've fallen into a winless streak. So we'll just have to see how this last month pans out. The first pitch to Nico Martinez finds the outside part of the plate. And our Larks celebrity ticket sellers are going to walk by the camera for just a second. Apologies to the fans. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Hank Brown, and this one's fouled over to the Larks dugout. It is now 0-2. Brown looking for his third strikeout of the night and sixth of the season. He delivers the pitch, and this one's a ground ball that's going to be fielded by Crawford, and he will throw down to second base, and that throw is in time for out number 3. So the fielder's choice will retire the side, but the Hornets jump out to an early lead in the top of the second inning. It is 2-0 as the Larks will go to the middle part of their order when we come back. The BTL Hornets have jumped out to a 2-0 lead thanks to all their runs coming in the top of the second inning. They actually didn't record a hit, but they have the early lead. They got their players on through walks, fielder's choices, and they got another player on, Clayton Anderson, from a catcher's interference call by the home plate umpire. And they left 2 runners stranded in the top half of the inning. It's the middle part of the Larks order up. Tanner Norman leads off the inning against the starter, Cale Fawcett. And the next pitch goes to the plate, and Norman will leave that on the inside corner, but that's going to be called strike by the home plate umpire. Cade Green is on deck, and Austin Crawford's in the hole for the Larks. Tanner Norman comes into tonight's game with a .262 average in the 11 games that he's played in. And he's now going to work with a tied count at 2-1. Norman's a player that can show off his hitting power, but also just get on the base path as well. He's walked in each of his last 6 games. And now he's ahead 3-1, so he's got a chance to do it right here. He reached base twice against Dodge City. One of those was from the walk, and then he also reached on an error and then scored when he was walked. And he's going to head down to first base as this one goes on the outside part of the plate. With Norman over at first base, that brings up number 12, Cade Green. He's playing in the DH spot tonight. In that game against Dodge City, he was 1 for 3 with a single and 2 RBIs. One of those was from a walk where the bases were loaded. And he also recorded a sacrifice fly, which, if I'm remembering correctly, that was a one that was flown out into foul territory in left field. And it was a big highlight play for the A's as the left fielder reached over the fence and made the grab, but because he was so far back and he had to readjust from making that catch, the Larks were able to score a run. Green works with a 1-0 count after a throwback to first base. Tanner Norman slides back safely. The Larks tonight have not attempted a steal yet. The only base runner they've had on is number 9, Braden Cox, who walked on a full count. And Fawcett's next pitch is going to drop into the zone for strike one. Fawcett's been the Hornets' top pitcher this season. In his 3 starts, he's only given up 3 hits, 1 run, which was unearned, so his ERA is all zeros. He also has 18 strikeouts and is getting set to deliver the next pitch to Cade Green. He takes a look back over at first base and sends the ball to Whitten, and that one targets the outside corner, and it ties the count up with 2 balls and 1 strike. The next 2 batters for the Larks are Austin Crawford and Ty Schmeidler. They are new to the lineup tonight. And the pitch to untie the count is going to be a slow chopper over to the third baseman, Hisabu. He throws it to second in time, and Green is now the new runner over at first base as he's on a fielder's choice. So Austin Crawford's playing in his 10th game of the year now. He has a .276 average this season and 8 hits. Short lead over at first base for Green. Grobel's still covering the first base bag. And this one's fouled back into the net for strike one. For Cale Fawcett, he's put up with a big task here tonight, trying to slow down this high-powered Larks batting for a Hornets team that needs to hold on to this small lead. In the 18 games that they played in, they've only scored a total of 47 runs, and they've given up 121. Count moves to 0-2 for Crawford. And just 1 out. Another throwback to first base, and Green's there in time. Larks still have not attempted a steal tonight. They went 7 for 7 in that game against Dodge City, where they won 15-3. And they're going to throw it back to first base once again. That one was a little bit closer of a tag, but Green is safe again. Catcher wants this one on the outside part of the plate. It goes inside instead, and there's ball 1. I'd have to imagine that guys like Austin Crawford and Max Flowers have some familiarity with these players. Crawford is a graduate of Lawrence High School, and for Max Flowers, he went to Blue Valley Southwest last season and played in the 5A state tournament. Count is now 2-2 to Crawford. Fawcett's continuing to watch over at first base. Green has 14 stolen bases on the year, and he's going to have to go back to first base as this one's fouled out of play, landing right next to the fan picnic pavilion. This has felt like a very long at-bat for Austin Crawford. This next pitch will be number 6. The count is 2-2. But there's been so many throwbacks to first base as they've tried to catch Cade Green. Here's the 2-2 from Fawcett, and Crawford thought about taking a swing at that one, but held back just enough. And it's a successful steal for Green, who now stands at second base and is 180 feet from home plate. It's a full count to Austin Crawford. The last Lark to face a full count was Braden Cox, the lone base runner in the first inning. And now he awaits the payoff pitch. Fawcett sends it to the plate, and this one's popped up, and this one's going to land out of play right on the base of the black fence that divides where the players can go and where the fans can go. That's 2 foul balls now for Austin Crawford after being dealt with 2 strikes. Here's the 8th pitch of the current at-bat. Fawcett will step off the mound and look back over at second base to keep Green in place. And Crawford swings and misses, and that one's a foul ball that fell out of the glove of Whitten. If he would have caught that, that probably would have been the third strike and given BTL out number 2 against the Larks, because that would have been called a foul tip, but because he dropped it, Crawford stays alive. Here is pitch number 9 to the Lawrence native, and he fouls that one back. Good job by Crawford, able to fight against a very tough pitcher in Cale Fawcett. A first-team All-State selection at the 6A level, which is the highest in Kansas. Fawcett comes set. And he steps off the mound again, watching Cade Green. Surprised we haven't seen any fans start to yell about it. And in the MLB, sometimes when a pitcher throws back to a bag so many times, fans will start to get fed up. But that's not the case. Austin Crawford's taking his time, and the fans are waiting patiently for the Larks to get their first run. And it's a swing and a miss there on the 3-2 count, and there's out number 2. That brings up number 16, Ty Schmeidler, the TMP Marion Monarch and Kentucky commit. This is his 3rd game in the batting order. He's had 2 prior ones where I believe one of them was as a pinch hitter, and the most recent one was against Newton on June 19th, where he had a grand slam and overall recorded 3 hits and en route to 6 RBIs in that game. And in that 3-hit performance against Newton, he was the 8th Street Liquor beverage batter. So the fans were definitely really happy with him in that game. Tonight's 8th Street Liquor beverage batter is on deck. It is Carson Lyles, the high school teammate of Ty Schmeidler. So we'll see what he can do in a second. The count is now 1-1. Schmeidler left the last pitch on the inside part of the plate. And this one's going to hit Schmeidler on the leg, as he will take a second to take his shin guard off and toss it over to Lyles. So 2 runners are on with 2 outs, and Carson Lyles, tonight's 8th Street Liquor beverage batter, comes up. And Ty Schmeidler, he's now the 28th batter in 19 games that the Hornets pitching has hit. Lyles was the courtesy runner against Dodge City for Dylan LaRue. He stole 1 base and scored a run And on the first pitch, he will leave it down low for ball one. It's a short lead for both runners. Cade Green's on second base. Ty Schmeither's on first. And Fawcett puts that one on the high inside corner. It missed the zone. And it's now 2-0 to Lyles. This is just the third game for Lyles as a batter. He's had 6 appearances as a courtesy runner. And will now work with a tied count at 2-1. The fans not happy about that call with the home plate from the home plate umpire. In Lyles' two appearances in the lineup, he's just had 2 at-bats, and he's gotten a hit on both of them. And when you add in his time as a courtesy runner, he's gotten 4 runs and 4 stolen bases this season. It's a tied count against Cale Fawcett. The pitch is on the way, and this one's outside. And the throw down to third is in time for out number 3. They were watching Cade Green on the base path for that entire inning, and they finally get him over at third. And at the end of the second inning, it's BTL ahead 2-0. After 2 innings of Hank Brown, the Larks bring in a new pitcher. It's number 30, Charlie Pierce, a new addition to the team. Making his first appearance with the Larks, he is transferring to Cloud County Community College and just wrapped up his freshman year at the Division I level with Old Dominion. He made 3 appearances with the Monarchs, including 1 save, so he's primarily a late-game pitcher, but the Larks are going to use him here early at the start of the top of the 3rd inning. Leading things off is the only batter that wasn't at the plate in the 2nd inning. That is number 21, Jackson Whitten, the Truman State commit. Gets ahead 1-1 after delivering the first pitch, which was a ball. Hank Brown pitched a total of 2 innings tonight, did not give up a hit, just gave up those 2 runs and added 2 more strikeouts to his season total. Count now stands at 2-1 to Whitten. Hazelhorse wants this one right down the middle, and this one's a swing and a miss for strike 2. Pierce only pitched in 1 2/3 innings at Old Dominion in his freshman season, but is an alum of Monarch High School in Colorado, and this one's fouled off of Dylan Hazelhorse. I think that hit him in the mask. It was a little bit tough to tell, but either way, the count is 2-2. And another foul ball will keep the at-bat alive for Jackson Whitten. He struck out looking on a 2-2 count in his first appearance in the first inning where the Larks went 3 up, 3 down against the Hornets. And that one's going to be left upstairs for ball 3. In the last inning, there were 3 batters for BTL that had to face a full count. All 3 of them walked. But here's the payoff pitch for Pierce, and that one drops low for ball 4. Now up is number 7, Quinn Grobel, the first baseman. And it looks like a courtesy runner comes into the game for the Hornets. We'll try to get a look at who's over at first base. Tanner Norman's standing in the way, so I can't really tell right now. But he's coming off the bag. It looks like he's wearing number 3. And on the Hornets roster, that is Hudson Ivy. And the first pitch to Quinn Grobel will go out of play behind home plate. And it starts the count off 0-1. The Hornets actually have 2 players listed on their roster as number 3, Hudson Ivy, and then they have a player whose number is 3S. That is Davis Spikerman. And in the lineup card that they handed us, they're both just listed as number 3. So it's at first base, the courtesy runner is either Hudson Ivy or Davis Spikerman. I'd have to assume it's Spikerman because he is an infielder and Hudson Ivy is a pitcher who is not listed as having any prior appearances on the base path or in the batting order. One and 2 is the count to Quinn Grobel against the new pitcher Charlie Pierce. And he will step off the mound and look back over at first base. The Hornets had 1 steal in the prior inning, and then they scored their first run on an attempted steal from Hampton Miller, but the Larks committed an error, and Asabu scored from third in the process. Larks will throw back to first base. Norman applied the tag, but Spikerman slides back safely. Pierce gets his pitch. He delivers the ball, and this one's a slow chopper fielded by Pierce. He throws back to second base. That throws in time, and the throw to first is not in time, but they do get the lead runner out, and there's now 1 on the board. And while the Hornets have this 2-0 lead, they still have yet to get a hit. Every ball that went in play in the prior inning, or the 1 ball that went in play in the prior inning, was a fielder's choice, who eventually scored. And that was Elroy Hasabu, who's now up again. He begins with 1 ball and no strikes. And the next pitch to Hasabu is going to be a hard hit ball that's fielded by Austin Crawford. The throw to second is in time, and this time the Larks turn the double play, getting it to first in time to retire the side and go 3 up, 3 down for the second time tonight. The Hornets still have a 2-0 lead, but Carson Lyles returns to the plate up next in the bottom of the third. Back here at Larks Park for the bottom of the third inning, Carson Lyles returns to the batter's box, still facing Cale Fawcett. Lyles was dealt with a 2-1 count in the second inning, and because Cade Green was caught stealing, he is back up again. Lyles is batting in the 8-hole spot, so Dylan Hazelhorse is on deck. And then the leadoff batter, Max Flowers, is in the hole. And Lyles will start down 0-1. If any of you are wondering why it's just me on the call tonight, our color commentator Eli Blankenship is currently on his way to Kansas City. There's a swing and a miss there for Lyles. He's now down 0-2. And that was actually strike three. Our scoreboard said that the count was 0-2. But there is out number one. And now up is Dylan Hazelhorst. But as I was saying, Eli Blankenship is currently on his way to Kansas City. Tomorrow night he's going to be at Arrowhead Stadium watching a World Cup game between the Netherlands and Tunisia. He told me that one of his favorite players plays for the Netherlands. I can't remember what he said because I'll admit I'm not much of a soccer guy, but I have been very entertained watching the World Cup this year. So that should be a fun time for him. He will be back in one of the next few home games. But back to our action, the count 1-1 now to Hazelhorst. He's one of 4 new faces in the batting order tonight, or rather one of 5. And now he deals with a 1-2 count after fouling off the next pitch. This is Hazelhorst's 5th game. And this one's going to roll away from the catcher for ball 2. He has split time with other players listed on the Larks roster as catcher, including Brand Wilson and Dylan LaRue. So he's taking over the duty tonight here in league play. He'll swing and miss at the 2-2 count, and this one's a drop third strike, and the throw to first is in time. And the Hornets have another chance to add a 3-up, 3-down inning of their own. That's back-to-back strikeouts for Cale Fawcett. And the Larks go back to the top of their order with Max Flowers. And Fawcett deals the first pitch, and this one goes outside for ball 1. Flowers batted as the leadoff batter in the first inning. He grounded out on a 4-3 play. And now he's ahead 2-0 as that one goes to the outside part of the plate. Flowers was 2 for 4 in the last game against Dodge City along with Rainer Bean. He had 2 singles and stole 2 bases. And he puts this one over to the second baseman once again. Fielding it is Anderson, and he throws it over to Grobel for out number 3. As we're a third of the way through this game, the Hornets have jumped out to an early lead, trying to pull off a big upset tonight. And the top of the 4th is coming up next. Before we start the top of the fourth inning, we want to thank tonight's game sponsors, RD Graphics, Redeem Design, Leon's Welding, and Diamond Art Jewelry. We thank you all for your support of Larks baseball and giving free admission to the fans for tonight's game. Very good showing in non-league play. A lot of the fans standing up, waving for T-shirts as we got some people on the concourse tossing them into the crowd. But back to the action. Charlie Pierce is returning to the mound for a second inning of work. And the first pitch is left inside for ball one. Leading off this inning for the Hornets is number 27, Brogan Jaworski. He grounded out to the pitcher, Hank Brown, in the second inning rather. And he fouls out the next pitch to move the count to 1-1. Jaworski is a freshman from Benedictine in Atchison, Kansas. Originally attended St. James Academy in Lenexa, and he swings and misses to move the count to 1-2. Overall, the Larks pitching has 2 strikeouts in the first part of this game. Both of those came in the first inning from Hank Brown. And here's the 1-2 on the way, and that one just missed on the low outside corner. It's an even count with 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jaworski's recorded 5 hits in 10 games. This is his 11th with the team. He fouls the next one out of play, and he stays alive. Larks infield playing very deep. The outfield is at their usual spots, and it's another full count there to Jaworski as a Hazelhorse reaches off to the side to retrieve the ball. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch goes to the plate, and this one will get away from Hazelhorse as it's another walk for the Hornets. Next up is number 24, Hampton Miller. He was the second run of the game for the Hornets in that second inning. He works with Brogan Jaworski over at first base. But the Larks have already shown that they can turn a double play in this game. That was how they got the final 2 outs of the third. Quinn Grobel was over at first base, and Elroy Hasabu grounded out into a 5-4-3 play to get those last 2 outs. Pierce kicks and deals, and it's a swing and a miss. 0-2 is the count to Hampton Miller. He's playing in a team-high 17th game tonight, making now his 42nd plate appearance. Here's the 0-2, and that one goes to the low outside corner. A lot of pitches have gone down there, and some of them have found the strike zone. Pierce was unable to do so there. And Hampton Miller lives to see another day. He fouls this one over the net into the parking lot of doom. It's now back-to-back batters for the Hornets to start this inning. They get down with 2 strikes, and then they foul it off to stay alive. Pierce goes to his curveball that time, missing the zone on the outside again. And it's an even count at 2-2. Brogan Jaworski's taking a short lead over at first base. He just has 1 steal on the year, trying to make it 2, and the throw to second is not in time. He's going to slide in safely and put himself in scoring position. And that last pitch to Hampton Miller was ball 3, so it's back-to-back full counts now. The Larks do have somebody warming up in their bullpen. We'll see who that is in just a second. Pierce takes a look at second, then delivers the pitch. And it's a swing and a miss for his first strikeout as a Lark. For the Larks, it's their third of the night, but Keith Harper's still going to come out for a quick meeting. He's not signaling over to the left field bullpen, so he'll just talk things over with Charlie Pierce before the Larks get set to face off against Cade Uniac. The pitcher currently warming up is number 27, Sammy Fredrich. He's made one appearance already as another late addition to the Larks. Or correction, his one appearance was a start for 3 innings. So when the Larks do decide to sub him in, he'll be in a new position tonight. But Coach Harper will make his way back to the dugout. And now up is number 2, Cade Uniac, the right fielder who walked on a full count back in the second inning. The Hornets have jumped out to a 2-0 lead, still have yet to record their first hit. They've gotten 2 runners on through a fielder's choice. The other guys have either walked or been hit. And they also had one batter that got on through a catcher's interference. It's an 0-1 count to Uniac. And here's the next pitch. And it's a swing and a miss upstairs. And he gets down with 2 strikes. Charlie Pierce looking for back-to-back Ks. And he gets it. He gets him on the low outside corner for strike 3, and there's now 2 away with a runner at second. Next up is number 4, Clayton Anderson. He was the batter that got on through that catcher's interference in the second inning. Made it all the way to second base. He is a future college teammate of Larks second baseman Carson Lyles. He was a redshirt at Barton Community College this season. He starts down 0-1 against Charlie Pierce. Pierce continuing to watch the runner at second base. He sends the ball to the plate, a half-hearted swing, but Anderson went around, and he's now down 0. And the field umpire is saying that was a ball, and Keith Harper not happy with it. He's coming out to the field, and personally, I don't blame him. That did look like Anderson went around. But they're not going to be able to overturn that one. So instead, it's an even count to Clayton Anderson, the freshman from Gardner, Kansas. And he swings and misses at that one for strike 2. Larks fans not happy with the call still, because that would have been strike number 3. But if Pierce can get it right here, he can leave the runner at second stranded and keep the score at 2-0. And he does just that. It's on the high outside corner for the third out. Pierce walked the first batter and then follows it with three straight strikeouts. And the Hornets still hold on to that 2-0 lead, but the Larks go to the hot part of their order. It's Braden Cox, Rainer Bean, and Tanner Norman up next in the bottom of the 4th. Bottom of the fourth inning is up next. It's as Cale Fawcett goes back to the mound for the BTL Hornets. And he faces the 2-3-4 batters for the Larks. Braden Cox, the Larks' first base runner, leads things off, followed by Rainer Bean and Tanner Norman. Cox will start with an 0-1 count. And the next pitch goes to the plate, and he swings and misses that one. The count now 0-2 to the left fielder. Catcher wants this one on the outside, and there's a swing and a miss. And another strikeout for Cale Fawcett. He came into tonight's game with 18 on the year. He gets his fourth on that pitch. And he will now face Rainer Bean. And despite the start from Fawcett, there is one guy warming up in the BTL bullpen. Bean now deals with an 0-1 count. And Fawcett's a very talented player for BTL. He's only given up one hit in every pitching appearance for the Hornets. Going inside on the next pitch, it's an even count, 1-1. Still has yet to give up a hit tonight. And he is a commit of Kansas City, Kansas Community College. And at one point in his high school career, what I saw was back on March 2025, he was ranked as high as 165th nationally by Perfect Game. And there's the first hit of the game for the Larks, as this one's going to drop in front of Melvin. And Rainer Bean records the first hit, standing over at first base. Made great contact on that pitch, putting a line drive into that gap. And now that brings up number 34, Tanner Norman. We'll see what Norman does right here. He walked on a 3-1 count in the second inning. They'll watch the runner over at first base. And Norman takes a swing and misses at the first pitch for strike one. Going back to Fawcett's ranking for Perfect Game, I'm not sure what it is now, but in March of 2025, he was 165th nationally, which would put him as a top 3 pitcher in Kansas. He now deals an 0-2 count to Tanner Norman. Fawcett's just going to focus on the batter. And Norman gets a deep hit into right field. Uniacke runs back for it, and he makes the catch at the wall for out number 2. That now brings up number 12, Cade Green. He was the base runner that got on for the Larks, and Fawcett made it his mission to get him out on the base path with how dangerous of a runner Green is. He's recorded 14 stolen bases in 11 games. He stole second in his first appearance, but got caught going to third, and that's what ended the inning. And on a 1-0 count, there will be a steal for Rainer Bean, and he slides in right at the base of second. So he's just the second Lark to get into scoring position. It's a 1-0 count to Green. Fawcett peeks back over at second and started his windup while he was still looking. The count is 2-0. Fawcett's going to find the zone on the 2-0 count to tie it up. This is where Green was in his first appearance, a 2-1 count. He reached on a fielder's choice. He has Rainer Bean over at second base this time, who recorded the Larks' first hit of the game. And for the Hornets, despite the 2-0 lead, they still have yet to record their first hit. But it's now 3-1 as this one breaks on the outside. Fawcett taking his time. And this one's fouled back into the net by Green. And it leads to a 3-2 full count. Player from the Hornets will go and retrieve that foul ball. And Green steps back into the right-handed batter's box. Two outs. Here's the payoff pitch for Fawcett, and there's a swing and a miss by Cade Green. And the Larks leave another runner stranded going into the top of the 5th inning as the Hornets still lead it 2-0. Going into the top of the 5th inning, the Larks making another change on the mound. Replacing Charlie Pierce after 2 innings is number 27, Sammy Fredrich. The sophomore right-hander from Gateway Community College started in his first appearance for the Larks. Now he makes a relief appearance. He faces the top of the order for the Hornets. It's number 99, Logan Melvin, leading the inning off. He is 0 for 1 after a flyout. He's also walked, and on that walk, he scored the second run because the bases were loaded. And Frederich's first pitch is going to go low and inside. And it starts the inning 1-0. The Hornets are trying to hold on to this 2-0 lead in search of getting their 3rd win on the season. Just looking at their schedule, they started 0-7 before they got their first win. And then yesterday they ended a 9-game losing streak, defeating 6-4-3 KC 9-7. Fredrich now deals a 3-0 count to Logan Melvin, and he watches all 4 pitches go by, and he occupies first base. That now brings up number 77, Nico Martinez. The high school junior from DeSoto, Kansas. Bats in the left-handed box against the right-hander Sammy Fredrich. And they'll throw back to first base, and the throw was not in time. Tanner Norman thought that I think Tanner Norman thought that he got the tag down in time because he threw it over to Rainer Bean at shortstop. But they will call him safe. Fredrich looks back at the runner. Kicks and deals. He shows bunt, and this one's popped back into the net for strike 1. Fredrich did not pitch in any games for the Geckos as a starter this last season. Played all 8 games as a relief pitcher, so this is more familiar territory for him as he now deals an 0-2 count to Martinez. For the Geckos, he went 2-1 in 18 innings and recorded 16 strikeouts. Logan Melvin continues to take a short lead off the first base bag, and Frederich throws back, and the throw is in time. They couldn't get him on the first throw, but they get him on the second, and there's out number 1 for the Larks. A good play there by Frederich, able to read the base runner and get the throw there very quickly. And on the 0-2, he'll put it on the outside part of the plate for ball number 1. This is Nico Martinez's first game as a Hornet. He has started 0 for 1 from a strikeout, and then in the second inning, the runner going from first to second got out on a fielder's choice, so while he put the ball in play, he didn't even get to make it to first base. And now he will work with a full count as Frederich misses on the outside part of the plate. Hazelhorse wants this one down the middle, and this one will roll foul. It went off of the Hornets' dugout fence. And here's the 7th pitch of the current at-bat. And this one's a line drive that's going to go foul. And Nico Martinez stays alive. Hazelhorse wants it centered again, and there's the swing and the miss, and the first strikeout of the night for Sammy Frederich. The Larks as a team have now gotten 6 strikeouts, and they have a chance to retire the side right here as the next batter up is number 21, Jackson Whitten. And the first pitch to the catcher is popped up. Going after it is Ty Schmeidler in right field. And this one will land at the base of the fence along the foul line. The ball boy for the Larks will now go in and hand some new balls to the umpire. Count is 0-1 to the catcher, Jackson Whitten. Frederich's next pitch goes to the plate, and this one will drop into the zone for strike 2. It was going high, and then the curve stepped in and dropped it low. And Frederich has a chance for a 3-up, 3-down inning after coming in. He deals the 0-2, and that one's going to go upstairs. His hat flies off, and there's the first ball. Whitten has already struck out once tonight in the first inning, and he will stay alive, popping that one out of play. Frederich had just 1 strikeout in his first appearance in 3 innings. Has a chance to get his second one right here, and that one just missed as he tried dropping it into the zone again. And there's ball 2. And he wins the battle in the end. Swinging and missing on the 2-2 count is Jackson Whitten, and there is out number 3. And that was a Tommy's Car Wash clean inning, so a Larks fan is getting a free car wash if they entered into tonight's raffle. But for now, we'll see the Larks go back to the plate in the bottom of the 5th with Austin Crawford, Ty Schmeidler, and Carson Lyles up next. The Hornets still hold a 2-0 lead going into the bottom of the fifth, and they return Cale Fawcett to the mound for another inning. It's a 1-0 count to number 8, Austin Crawford, followed by Ty Schmeidler and Carson Lyles. The Larks just recorded a 3-up, 3-down inning against the Hornets. Sammy Fredericks, the new pitcher, watched the first batter, Logan Melvin, and then threw back to first base and got him on a pickoff play, and then was able to strike out the next two batters, both swinging to retire the side. Now it's a 2-0 count to Austin Crawford. He hits a line drive, and this one's going to land in the Larks bullpen. And that one was caught by, let me see who that is. It was caught by Trent Baker. He just reached his glove out and made the grab, so that was pretty impressive. Tied count at 2-1 to Austin Crawford. And he will put this one into play right past the first baseman, and he's on first base. He turns and looks at second, but will stay put. That's the second hit of the game for the Larks as they try to cut into this Hornet lead. And now Ty Schmeidler up to bat next. This is the first time this year that Cale Fawcett has given up multiple hits in a game. He gave up one hit in each of his first 3 starts, and only gave up 1 run, which was unearned, on June 16th when the Hornets took on Impact Athletics. Here's the first pitch to Ty Schmeidler. It's fouled out of play for strike 1. Short lead over at first base for Crawford, and he'll slide back in time. No tag was made because that one took a bounce going into the glove of Quinn Grobel. There's 2 pitchers currently warming up in the bullpen for the Hornets. As Schmeidler hits this one into center field, Logan Melvin gets under it, calls off the other outfielders, and makes the grab for out number 1. That now brings up number 4, Carson Lyles, tonight's 8th Street Liquor beverage batter. This is just the Larks' second time through their batting order, but this is his 3rd time at the plate. In the second inning, he was dealt with a 2-1 count, and then the lead runner was caught stealing, so he was able to resume his at-bat in the next inning. But that was the second inning where the Hornets turned a 3-up, 3-down inning against the Larks. They're continuing to watch Crawford at first base. This is his first time on the base path. And Fawcett puts this one on the outside. The throw down to second is not in time, and Crawford is in scoring position. One and 0 is the count to Lyles. Fawcett will come set. And this one's a line drive over the first base dugout, moving the count to 1-1. Lyles fouls back the next one on the 1-1 count. He is down with 2 strikes. These two will be facing each other in the same conference next year. Cale Fawcett just graduated from Shawnee Mission South, and he's committed to play for Kansas City, Kansas Community College. Meanwhile, for Carson Lyles, the recent TMP graduate, he's committed to Barton. Both of those teams play in the Jayhawk Conference. The 1-2 gets sent to the plate, and that's a slider that goes outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Lyles. The second baseman Anderson's playing close to that bag as Crawford takes the lead. And he will step out the mound and Take a look back to keep him there. And this pitch is going to be a fly ball that goes right past Martinez. Crawford will make his way home, and the throw is not in time. It goes to the pitcher, and it's an RBI single for Carson Lyles for the first run of tonight's game. And again, another hometown kid gives some Larks fans some discounted drinks. Starting to see a few of them get up and make their way down to the Larks nest behind the third base dugout. And we're going to get our first meeting, and I think Cale Fawcett's coming out of the game, so his time will come to an end, and we'll see who the new pitcher is when we come back. Cale Fawcett's day comes to an end after 4 1/3 innings. And with one out and a runner at first base, the BTL Hornets will sub in number 29, Levi Robertson, a high school teammate of Fawcett at Shawnee Mission South. He's committed to play at Butler Community College, and he's primarily been a starter this year, so this is his first appearance, his first relief appearance, that is. He's gone for 3 innings in each start, so we'll see how long he goes tonight. His first batter is number 29, Dylan Hazelhorst, with Carson Lyles at first base. The pitch goes to the plate, and it finds the low part of the zone for strike one. The Larks will go back to the top of their order after Hazelhorst. And the next pitch goes to the plate, and this one drops low for ball one. The Larks have 2 base hits in this inning. First one was from Austin Crawford, who was brought home on the RBI single from Carson Lyles. He's at first base. And Robertson kicks and deals, and Hazelhorst swings and misses. He's down with 1 ball and 2 strikes. Levi Robertson's last appearance for the Hornets was on June 22nd. Those were where his only 2 earned runs came from. And he finds the strike zone there on the 1-2 count against Hazelhorst. And there is out number 2. So now Max Flowers comes back up. As I've mentioned earlier, I wouldn't be surprised if players like Max Flowers and Austin Crawford have some familiarity with the BTL players. because 29 of them are from the Kansas City area. The only one that isn't is from Tulsa, and he goes to Highland Community College. But he plays in similar conferences with these guys at the high school level, because Flowers is an 11 of Blue Valley Southwest, and Austin Crawford is a former Lawrence Lion. Flowers fouled off the first pitch. The count is 0-1 to the center fielder. Robertson comes set, sends the ball to the plate, and that one's going to be left inside for ball one. Flowers has gotten a hit in every game that he's appeared in. So far tonight, he's 0 for 2, trying to continue that streak to 10 games. Here's the 1-1, and going to second is Carson Lyles, and he's going to take off for third as the catcher, Whitten, is still going after the ball. On the pass ball, he advances 2 bases and is 90 feet away from home plate. That is just what the Larks need. It's still, there are 2 outs. The scoreboard here at Larks Park says that there's 1. But there is 2 outs, a fly out and a strikeout. Here's the 2-1, and Flowers is going to leave that one on the inside, but he can't believe that one was called a strike. And Larks fans are not happy about that one. So Flowers steps back into the left-handed box with a 2-2 count. Robertson sends the ball to the plate, and this one's fouled off. Flowers is the 5th batter for the Larks this inning, trying to get the runner from third home to tie the game up. And he hits this one high in the air into right field. Uniac will go after it, and he gets under it, and he's got the catch for out number 3. But the Larks have finally put a run on the board in that last inning. Austin Crawford singled, and Carson Lyles brought him home. And we go to the top of the 6th inning with the middle part of the Hornets order up next. Going into the top of the 6th inning, the Larks are fresh off of their first run from Austin Crawford with an RBI from Carson Lyles. And Sammy Fredrich is back on the mound in this inning. He came in at the top of the 5th, only faced 3 batters and recorded 2 strikeouts. And on the 0-1, this one's hit into center field. Flowers just takes a few steps up and gets it for the first out. With one away, that brings up number 40, Elroy Hasabu, the freshman from Missouri Valley College. Went to high school at Mill Valley and played in 8 games this season for the Vikings. He will start with a 1-0 count as this one goes outside. And Hasabu will throw the ball over to Larks pitching coach Keith Harper. Frederick goes inside on the second pitch for ball 2. Hasabu's put the ball in play twice tonight. One was on a fielder's choice where he eventually scored because of an error. And then in the 3rd inning, he grounded out in a double play that was 5-4-3. The count is now 3-0. And the sophomore from Las Vegas deals the next pitch, and that one's able to find the zone for the first strike. In the on-deck circle for the Hornets is Brogan Jaworski, the DH. Hampton Miller is in the hole. Frederick deals the 3-1, and that one gets into the low part of the zone as well. And he fights his way back up to a full count. Frederick had 1 full count in the last inning. He struck out Nico Martinez, and this time he will walk Elroy Hasabu over at first. So Brogan Jaworski is the next batter. He is 0 for 1 with a walk. And he will step into the right-handed box, taking his time. Jaworski is a freshman from Lenexa, Kansas. Hasabu's over at first base. The pitch is on the way, and it's a swing and a miss for strike 1. The Larks have not given up a hit against the Hornets. The 2 runs that the Hornets scored on the Larks both came in the 2nd inning. And a throwback to first is very close, but not in time. Frederick has already gotten 1 runner in a pickoff play. That was Logan Melvin, the first batter that he faced. He walked on 4 straight balls and then got him over at first, and then followed that with 2 strikeouts. He'll throw back once again, and this time he threw it a little bit lower to try to make a closer tag play. But now he will turn his attention over to the batter, Brogan Jaworski, with 1 strike in the count. He'll watch that one go by, and it's on the low inside corner for strike number 2. Jaworski's in search of his 6th hit of the season. And on the 0-2, he'll duck out of the way for the first ball. Hasabu is continuing to take a lead off first base. The pitch goes to the plate, and they're going to call that one ball 2. That one was close in that spot where a lot of the pitchers tonight have put the ball and been able to find the strike zone. But they're going to call that ball number 2. And Jaworski thought about swinging, but he held back just enough. Jaworski fouls off the 2-2 pitch down the third base line. And one of the Larks players started going after it, but it's the third base coach for the Hornets that will get it instead. This will be the 6th pitch of the current at-bat. Frederick deals it, and this one will be fouled right into the hands of Keith Harper. Good reaction time by the Larks pitching coach. Jaworski's doing whatever he can to stay alive. He walked on a seven pitch full count in his last appearance. And on the 2-2, he's going to work up to a full count, leaving that one high and outside. Here's the payoff pitch. This one bounces, and that is ball 4 as Jaworski heads over to first. And Asabu started to steal, but he's now over at second. Keith Harper's now heading out to the mound. Nobody's currently warming up for the Larks. Trent Baker is not in uniform. He's the only one standing near the mounds. So this will just be a quick meeting with Sammy Fredrich and Keith Harper, as well as a few of the Larks' other infielders. Or it's just Dylan Hazelhorst and Tanner Norman, rather. And everybody will return to their respective spots with one out. Next batter up is number 24, Hampton Miller, the freshman from Tulsa, Oklahoma. He played in both games yesterday against 643 KC. Again, tonight's game for the BTL Hornets is the first time they're not playing a doubleheader, since they play all their games against collegiate teams in the Kansas City area. They just play them in doubleheaders every other day. But as the Larks' replacement opponent for the Topeka Capitals, they are just playing one game tonight. Miller starts with a 1-0 count against Sammy Fredrich. The runner at second base is Elroy Hasabu. Brogan Jaworski is at first base. They both walked on full counts. Fredrich takes a peek back at second, delivers. This one's a chopper, fielded by Rainer Bean. He tosses it to Lyles for one, and down to Norman for the second, and that one is in time to get the third and final out of the inning. The Larks started the inning with a flyout by Quinn Grobel, and then 2 walks followed after that, and the Larks turned their second double play of the night to retire the side. The Hornets still hold on to a 2-1 lead, but the Larks' second, third, and fourth batters are up next. After the Larks just turned their second double play of the night, Braden Cox leads off for a second inning now. He was the leadoff batter in the fourth inning, and now he leads off the sixth. He's still facing number 29, Levi Robertson. He faced the final 2 batters of the fifth inning in place of Cale Fawcett, who only gives up 1 run and 3 hits tonight, and he also recorded 5 strikeouts. The inning begins with 1 ball and no strikes to Braden Cox, and he fouls the next pitch back for the first strike. Cox is 0 for 1 on the night. He walked in the first inning. And on the 1-1 count, this one's going to drop into the zone for strike 2. Levi Robertson comes into tonight's game with 3 appearances. All of those are starts. And he's recorded 19 strikeouts. And the first batter he faced tonight made that 20. Now he moves to an even 2-2 count. Catcher Whitten wants this one low and outside, and Cox will leave that one there for ball 3. So the payoff pitch is coming up next. Cox can either record his 6th hit of the season or get his 6th walk. And here's the payoff pitch, and he swings and misses at that one, and there's the first out. Now up is number 3, Rainer Bean, the shortstop from Murray State Community College. He has one of the Larks' 3 hits tonight. In the 4th inning, he got the single and then reached second base on a steal, but he would be less stranded after the next 2 batters got out. And on this one, he hits a fly ball deep into left field. Miller runs back for this one, and this one will take a bounce off the wall. Bean's helmet flies off. He runs to second base, and he's got a double. And a big round of applause from the Larks fans with 1 out. He will take off his batting equipment and give it over to the Larks' 3rd base coach. I believe tonight that is Ben Tinius. And over at first base is Brady Kreitzer. But that is just what the Larks needed. That's Rainer Bean's 2nd hit of the night. And now up is number 34, Tanner Norman. Norman is ready for the pitch from Levi Robertson. And it goes to the plate, and that one will go a little bit low out of the zone. And the count is 1-0 to the first baseman. Tanner Norman has had a flyout tonight, and he walked in his first appearance. That's now the 7th game in a row where he's gotten at least 1 walk. Robertson looks back at second base where Rainer Bean is standing. He gets a quarter of a way down the base path, but stays put. And now the count is 2-0. Catcher centers his glove. Here's the 2-0. And this one's a line drive, and this one's going to go into foul territory. And it ties the count up 2-1 now to Tanner Norman. The sophomore just needs a good hit to advance Rainer Bean. In his first appearance, he singled and was held up at second. He just recorded a double with 1 out. And Norman fouls off another one. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the future Western Kentucky Hilltopper. The right side of the infield playing closer to the grass for the Hornets. Robertson looks back at second, then turns his attention to the batter. It's a swing and a miss, and there is out number 2 for the Larks, but Rainer Bean successfully steals third. And tying run is 90 feet away from home plate, but there's now 2 outs. Next batter is number 12, Cade Green, the DH. Green gets set and awaits the pitch. Robertson sends it to the plate, and Green thought about taking a swing at it but held back, and it was the right decision. The count is 1-0 to the freshman from Choctaw, Oklahoma. The catcher goes low for the next pitch, and Green fouls this one out of play. One ball and 1 strike with 2 outs. The runner at third is Rainer Bean. He got a double and then stole third just a moment ago. And Green holds back on that one, but it drops into the zone. It's now 1-2. Larks fans giving some words of encouragement to Green as he looks to get the hit right here, and this one's going to find the zone for strike 3, and Green's in disbelief. He thought that one was too far inside, but the home plate umpire will call it strike 3, and that will end the inning. That's 3 strikeouts in that inning for Levi Robertson after a double from Rainer Bean. He made it all the way to third base, but he's left stranded, and the Hornets still lead it 2-1. The Larks got a runner 90 feet away from home plate in the bottom of the 6th, but he is left stranded. And now going into the top of the 7th, the Hornets still hold on to that 2-1 lead. Cade Uniac leads off the inning, followed by Clayton Anderson and Logan Melvin. Fredrich is back on the mound, and he's down 2-0. This is the 3rd inning that Fredrich has pitched in, as this one's popped up and out of play. Count moves to 2-1. Has yet to give up a hit. Has recorded 2 strikeouts in those previous 2 innings. And really the Larks pitching as a whole has yet to give up a hit against the Hornets. All their scores have been from walks and fielder's choices. And on the swing and miss, Uniac is down 2-2. Uniac was one of those walks in his first appearance. He made it all the way to third. His last appearance, though, was a strikeout on an 0-2 count. And he will stay alive to see a full count, as that one's a little bit too low for the home plate umpire's liking. Here's the payoff pitch for Fredrich, and it's popped out of play. Uniac has 4 hits. He has a 167 average coming into tonight's game. And Fredrich will now deliver the pitch, and this one's going to be a fly ball going into the outfield, and reaching up for it is Carson Lyles. He can't make the grab. And that will be listed as a hit. That was a tough catch to make for Lyles. He was running back, and it was one of those catches they try to make where you reach your shoulder up and look over your you look over your shoulder at when you're reaching your arm up, trying to make the grab, and he was just unsuccessful in doing so. So while his glove did make contact with the ball, that will still be listed as a hit for Cade Uniac, and bring up number 4 Clayton Anderson, the freshman from Barton Community College. He'll show bunt, and the wild pitch gets away from Hazelhorst, and now at second is Uniac. No outs and a 1-0 count to Anderson. Fredericks gets set. He delivers the 1-0. Anderson shows bunt, and this one's popped right back. And it's 1-1 to the second baseman. The Hornets go back to the top of their order after this at-bat. It's Logan Melvin and Nico Martinez, the next two up. Fredericks looks back at second base, and Anderson shows bunt again. This one bounces on home plate, and there's ball 2. Uniac leads off second base. And here's the pitch from Fredericks. And they're going to call that one ball 3. Still no outs here in the top of the 7th inning. The Hornets have led since the top of the 2nd. That's where both of their runs came. Anderson shows bunt again and then pulls it back. And there's ball 4 with runners at first and second. And now Keith Harper's heading out to the mound for a meeting. It doesn't look like a change is going to be made. It's just going to be another quick talk. Fredericks has done a good job so far with those 2 strikeouts. Has left 1 runner stranded in the previous 2 innings, and now works with 2 runners on. Right now, warming up for the Larks. They have a couple guys in there. It's a little bit tough to tell who's warming up right now. That looks like number 32. I think that's 22 rather. That's Justin Pignardo, who could make an appearance tonight if the Larks choose to put him in. But for now, they're still not making a change. They're going to go back to the top of the Hornets order and keep Fredericks on the mound. So Logan Melvin makes his 4th appearance at the plate. Melvin's walked 2 times in a row after flying out to right field in the 1st inning. And Hazelhorst will call time for a second, give a signal to his infielders, and return back to his spot. Fredericks looks back at second, and bunt is showed once again by the batters for the Hornets, and this one's fouled off. 0-1 is the count. The runner at first base, Clayton Anderson, was walked on a 3-1 count. He showed bunt multiple times. The 1 strike was the one he fouled off. The other times he was able to pull back in time and then eventually take first base. Fredericks goes to the plate again, and that time Melvin did not pull back in time. That one went low, and it's called strike 2. Frederich will be going for his 3rd strikeout of the night. And he deals the 0-2. And that one's high and outside for the first ball. Melvin's gotten on base twice tonight, but both times he's been left stranded at first. One was on a pickoff play, the other was a fielder's choice that he got out on. And he chops this one up. It'll be fielded by Rainer Bean, and he'll just focus on first base and safe. They'll call him safe as Tanner Norman had to come off the bag to make the catch. And with no outs, the bases are loaded. I'm not sure if they're going to list that one as a hit or an infield error by the Larks, but the scoreboard in right field will list that one as a hit, so we will do the same. The bases are loaded for number 77, Nico Martinez, in his first game with the Hornets. Cade Uniac is at 3rd, Clayton Anderson's at 2nd, and Logan Melvin is at 1st. And that's actually, I think, a pinch hitter coming in. That is number 3, Davis Spikerman. And this is his first appearance as well. So Davis Spikerman checks in as a pinch hitter for Nico Martinez. Spikerman is also a junior in high school. He plays at Shawnee Mission South. And he steps into the box awaiting his first pitch. And Frederich will deliver that one right into the inside corner. And the count is 0-1. Hazelhorse puts his glove down low. Frederich delivers, and it goes up high, evening the count up with 1 ball and 1 strike. Spikerman's just one of 2 players that is still a junior in high school. That other one was Nico Martinez, and it's now 2-1 as Hazelhorse comes out of his stance to get the ball. The next pitch will untie the count. Frederich sends it to the plate, and this one's popped up, and this one's going to land in the grandstand. And it actually lands on the press box, so there's our second press box hit of 2026. The count is 2-2 now to Davis Spikerman, the pinch hitter for Nico Martinez. And Frederich is looking for that first out with the bases loaded. The ball goes to the plate, and this one's fouled back. This is what the Hornets have done all night when they get down in those 2-strike situations. They're able to get a couple foul balls to stay alive. Whether they make it to first or not, they've put up a good fight. Frederich comes set, sends the ball to the plate, and that one's popped up, and this one looks like it's going out of play. And it will. The next pitch will be number 7 to the junior from Shawnee, Kansas. And now both Rainer Bean and Dylan Hazelhorse will make their way out to the mound to talk it over with Frederich. Now nobody's warming up in the Larks bullpen, so we're just going to rely on Frederich here. As the Larks play from behind, down 2-1 here in the top of the 7th. They've been in these situations recently. That first game against the Dodge City A's, which was a non-league game, they were down 6-5 going into the bottom half of the 7th inning, and that's when they retook the lead eventually winning that one by a final score of 12-7. And Fredericks will now have to deal with a full count. This will be the 8th pitch of the current at-bat. Spikerman, this is his first plate appearance as a Hornet. And the pitch is on the way, and this one's a ground ball, and it'll go off the glove of Fredericks. And the Larks will just have to make a throw down to first base to get him out. But the runner scores from third. That's Cade Uniac. And the Hornets extend their lead to 3-1. Both runners will also advance one base. Now at third is Anderson, and at second is Melvin. Now up is number 21, Jackson Whitten, the catcher. His first pitch is a swing and a miss for strike one. And Fredericks will step back on the mound. He comes set, sends the ball to the plate. And that one's in the zone as well for strike two. Fredericks went to his fastball that time. His hat flew off like it usually does as he tries to put a lot of power behind the pitches. And another strikeout will give him his third of the game. He kicks and deals, and that one drops on the outside part of the plate. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Jackson Whitten, the Truman State commit, who's 0 for 2 tonight, been struck out twice, but also walked. And here comes the 1-2, and that one misses inside as well. Jackson Whitten is the 5th batter this inning for the Hornets. They just scored their first run since the 2nd inning, and tonight they have led from start to finish. And there it is on a 2-2 count. It's a swing and a miss there for Sammy Fredericks. His 3rd strikeout of the game and 4th on the year. It's the 3rd time the Larks have got Jackson Whitten out, and they're going to have another meeting with Keith Harper. They're just going to talk things over on how to approach this next one with number 7, Quinn Grobel. Because the Larks just need 1 out to retire the side. And looking ahead to that bottom half of the 7th inning, they will be led by Austin Crawford and Ty Schmeidler. Crawford is the only Lark to score tonight. And then Ty Schmeidler has had some pretty big hitting performances, most notably that game against Newton where he had the grand slam and 6 RBIs overall. But the Larks are actually going to make a change on the mound. It looks like the new pitcher coming in is number 22, Justin Piñardo. So we'll go to break, and we'll see how Piñardo does to finish off the 7th inning when we come back here on the Larks Network. So with 2 outs in the top of the 7th inning, the Larks make a change on the mound, replacing Sammy Fredrich with number 22, Justin Pinardo, the left-hander out of Mount San Antonio Junior College. Pinardo's now pitched in 5 games with the Larks. He's gone for a total of 11 innings, and the first one's fouled back. His first batter is number 7, Quinn Grobel. He is a sophomore from Cowley Community College. Comes in with a team-high .480 on-base percentage for tonight's game. Reached on his first 2 appearances, but flew out to Max Flowers in center field in the last inning. He'll now work with a 1-1 count. Larks are trying to keep those 2 runners stranded. At third, Clayton Anderson. At third is Clayton Anderson, who walked on a 3-1 count. Logan Melvin had a single, and he's at second. Here's the 1-1, and this one bounces on home plate for ball 2. This last season at Cowley, Quinn Grobel went for a total of 58 games, had a .318 average and 52 runs scored, and in that batting average, it was 57 hits that he recorded. Here's the pitch to untie the count, and the curveball drops into the zone for strike 2. That is Justin Pinardo's go-to pitch. It goes up high and then just completely drops, and it goes right into the strike zone. One more strike will end the inning. Here's the pitch from the left-hander, and it's a swing and a miss for out number 3. The Hornets scored their lead runner, Cade Uniac, but the other 2 runners are left stranded. And we go now to the 7th inning stretch with the Larks behind 3-1, trying to complete another comeback. In the top of the 7th inning, the Hornets scored 1 run on 2 hits and left their final 2 runners stranded. And now going into the bottom of the 7th, Levi Robertson returns to the mound to face Austin Crawford. Larks trying to complete another comeback. And the first pitch is down low for ball 1. Crawford's 1 for 2 on the night with a single and a run. Larks as a team have recorded 4 hits. That's between Austin Crawford, Rainer Bean, Carson Lyles. And Rainer Bean actually has 2 hits. I forgot to note that. But it's split between those 3 players. And now there's going to be a mound meeting here between the catcher, Jackson Whitten, and the pitcher, Levi Robertson. Whitten will go back behind the plate. And Crawford steps back into the left-handed box. Robertson gets set to deliver the pitch. It goes to the plate. And Crawford leaves it upstairs to get ahead 2-0. Robertson came in the 5th inning when there was 1 out. That was the inning where the Larks scored their lone run. And now it's 2-1 to Crawford as he watches the next one go by. In Robertson's 3 prior appearances, that is, they've all been starts for 3 innings each. He's gotten at least 5 strikeouts in every appearance. A foul tip moves the count to 2-2 on Crawford. His first 2 appearances for Robertson, there were 7 strikeouts each, and his most recent one was on June 22nd, where he got 5. Tonight he's recorded 4, and now he's got Crawford down with a 2-2 count. Here's the pitch, and that one's going to drop. And actually, that was ball 4. The right field scoreboard said that it was a 2-2 count. But according to the home plate umpire, that was ball 4. Next up is number 16, Ty Schmeiler, the right fielder tonight. We'll see what he does right here. Schmeiler's recorded a total of 6 RBIs and 6 at-bats coming into tonight's game. And Robertson will target the low outside corner and miss. The count currently stands 1 ball and no strikes. Robertson gets his pitch. The ball goes to the plate, and Schmeiler hits a line drive deep into right field. Uniacke runs back for this one, and it'll bounce off the wall. Schmeiler makes his way to second base. The cutoff lost control of the ball, and Crawford's safe at third as well. And the tying run is in scoring position. Next up is number 4, Carson Lyles, and there's going to be a quick mound meeting before that happens as the head coach for the Hornets makes his way out there. They are led by Bennett Ratzloff. I don't think they're going to make a change because they just had a guy start warming up. So they're just going to talk things over. They've led this one from start to finish, but that could easily be in jeopardy. There's 2 Larks in scoring position and no outs. So they're continuing to talk things over. There is 1 player warming up right now for the Hornets. Now that I say that, it's number 17, and that is Davion Harris, the freshman from Coffeyville Community College. This will be the time to sub him in. He is a left-handed arm for the Hornets. They could rely on him to slow down the Larks. 2 runners in scoring position, no outs as Carson Lyles comes up. And Larks fans have seen this story before this year. A TMP Marion Monarch as the 8th Street Liquor Beverage batter, working with multiple runners in scoring position. The last time that happened was Ty Schmeiler, who had the Larks' first grand slam of the year. The catcher wants this one on the outside part of the plate. Robertson kicks and deals, and Lyles fouls this one off for strike 1. Again, this is Robertson's first relief appearance. His first 3 appearances were all starts, where he went for 3 innings each. If he completes this inning, it will be 2 2/3 innings on the night for him. And he comes set on the 0-1. The pitch goes to the plate, And Lyles hits a line drive right past the second baseman, and Crawford is in. Schmeidler will get the windmill. He'll go home as well, and he slides in safely, and we have a tie game. 3 RBIs on the night for Carson Lyles. He adds 2 more right there, and it's 3 apiece. And with that 2 RBI single, Larks fans will make their way over to the Larks Nest for their discounted drinks as the party has started back up. This game is tied for the first time since the score was 0-0 in the first inning. And the Larks are going to bring in a new batter in place of Dylan Hazelhorst. They want to retake the lead now. They're bringing in Braden Hebner for Dylan Hazelhorst. And he will step out of the batter's box for a moment. Not sure why time is called. The home plate umpire was looking to his right. Here's the first pitch to Hebner, and that one drops into the zone for strike 1. Hebner comes into tonight's game with a .405 batting average and 17 hits. Also has 13 RBIs, trying to add another one right here as he has Lyles at first base. 1 ball and 1 strike now as that one dropped low. Hebner gets set after twirling his bat a few times. Here's the 1-1, and that'll lead to a tied count. The catcher puts his glove down low. Robertson delivers, and this one's popped up high into the night sky. Asabu goes after it in foul territory, but this one's going to land out of play. Not sure where that one landed. It looked like it was near the Fan Pitney Pavilion. But there's no lights over in that area, so you got to look very closely to see where it went. Either way, it's a 2-2 count to Braden Hebner. He is the pinch hitter for Dylan Hazelhorst. Robertson's trying to get his 5th strikeout of the night. And he will step off the mound. Trying to keep Carson Lyles in his place. Robertson nods his head, delivers the 2-2, and Hebner swings and misses at that one. The throw goes down to second base, and the tag is not in time, and the field umpire had to give multiple signals, but either way, there's out number 2, or correction, out number 1 to Braden Hebner. Swinging and missing on that one. But Lyles gets a successful, oh, no, they're going to call him out at second. Never mind. Frank Leo is going to come out and get an explanation from the home plate umpire. The field umpire had to give the safe signal 3 different times to Davis Spikerman, the new shortstop. And in the end, the Hornets win the argument on that one. I don't know if the argument's that Lyles slid off at the end and the tag was still being applied because of how many times the field umpire had to call him safe. But there's now 2 outs. They're not going to overturn the Larks appeal. And they're now going to go back to the top of their order, and now time's going to be called, and BTL is going to have a meeting on the mound. And it looks like a new pitcher might be coming into the game as One of their players is emerging from the right field bullpen. So we'll see who that new pitcher is when we come back. As the Larks go back to the top of their order, the BTL Hornets make their second call to the bullpen tonight. In place of Levi Robertson now is number 17, Davion Harris, the left-hander from Coffeyville Community College. He's pitched now in 5 games for the Hornets. He's recorded 8 strikeouts and holds an opponent batting average of .278. This last season at the collegiate level, he pitched in 3 games for the Red Ravens. He deals with nobody on the base path, and now it's a fly ball deep into left field. Miller runs back for it, now runs up, changing his direction. He misread it, but makes the catch in the end for the 3rd and final out. But the Larks score 2 runs that inning from Austin Crawford and Ty Schmeiler to tie the game up. And it's 3-3 going into the top of the 8th. It should be an exciting finish tonight here at Larks Park. It's up next. Two runs on 2 hits help the Larks tie the game up as it's 3 apiece going into the top of the 8th inning. And Elroy Asabu was supposed to lead off this inning for the Hornets, but they are making another pinch hitter change. The new batter is number 42, Hayden Peterson. the Neosho Community College commit and recent Olathe South graduate. His first pitch from Justin Pignardo is called a ball. Peterson will be followed by Brogan Jaworski and Hampton Miller. And now he works with a 1-1 count as that one caught the outside corner. Pignardo came in to face the final batter of the 7th inning. He struck out Quinn Grobel on a 2-2 count. And now the count is 1-1 to Hayden Peterson. That one drops down low, just missing the zone. Count now stands at 2 balls and 1 strike. Peterson has appeared in 9 games as a batter for the Hornets. Now the count stands at 3-1 to the Olathe native. He's recorded 4 hits and scored 1 run. Three and one on the way from Pignardo. And there's a swing and a miss, and it's a full count now. Two of the Hornets batters worked to a full count in the last inning. One of them got on base, the other one got out. Here's the payoff pitch, and it gets in the low part of the zone for out number 1. Back-to-back strikeouts for Justin Pignardo and 3 in a row for the Larks. Now up is the DH, Brogan Jaworski. He grounded out in his first appearance and then walked in the next 2. Here's the first pitch. And the curveball drops in again for strike 1. We keep talking about it because we need to. That is Justin Pignardo's go-to pitch. It goes up high and then drops low because of how quickly he flicks his wrist to make it drop, and he does it again. This time it's a swing and a miss for Jaworski, and he's down 0-2. Pignardo came into tonight's game with 11 strikeouts in 11 innings. He can make it 3 on the night with another one here. The freshman deals the 0-2. And that one will be left outside for ball 1. One out here in the top of the 8th inning. The bottom third of the Hornets order is up next. Pignardo sends the 1-2 to the plate, and it's a swing and a miss. That's 3 strikeouts in a row for the Mount San Antonio Junior College left-hander. And now the Larks can get a 3-up, 3-down inning for the first time since the 5th. That was when Sammy Fredrich, the last pitcher, came in. He struck out 2 batters, and then the first batter that he faced walked, but he got him off on a pickoff play. First pitch drops low for ball 1. To number 24, Hampton Miller, the freshman. We got 3 RBIs yesterday against 6'4" KC. He hits this one high into the air into center field. Flowers gets under it, and he just needs gravity to complete the inning, and he makes the catch for the final out of the top of the 8th. 3-3 is our score going into the bottom half of the inning. And next up for the Larks is Braden Cox for the 2nd inning in a row. To the bottom of the 8th we go. It's 3 apiece here at Larks Park. And Braden Cox was supposed to lead off the inning. I said before the break that he was going to lead off for the second inning in a row. What I meant to say was the second time in 3 innings, but instead the Larks are going to make a pinch hitting change of their own. Replacing Braden Cox is number 26, Dylan LaRue. He'll be followed by Rainer Bean and Tanner Norman. Davion Harris is back on the mound for the Hornets. And the next pitch rather goes on the outside part of the plate and finds the zone. Harris is ahead 0-2. Last night 2 nights ago, LaRue was a catcher and recorded a total of 4 hits for the Larks. The first 3 were singles, and then he had a double in the 7th inning along with a run. He now works against a 1-2 count. Next pitch drops low for ball 2. Harris has only pitched 1 inning in each appearance. As it's listed on his stat sheet, he's got four appearances and 4 innings. He's recorded 8 strikeouts coming into tonight's game, and he will hit Dylan LaRue on the back. And he is the go-ahead run over at first. So now Rainer Bean comes up to bat, working with the runner over at first base. Rainer Bean will lead the first one outside for ball 1. He's gotten a single and a double after lining out in his first appearance. He's also added 2 steals into tonight's game. Harris comes set, and he goes outside for ball 2. Taking a look if BTL has been in these situations before, or in these close game situations rather. Trying to get Game Changer pulled up real fast, but they've had 3 games this year where that have been decided by 1 run, and they've lost all those. The first one was on May 27th against Prodigy. They lost that one 4-3. They also lost to the Rawlings Tigers 6-5 on June 9th. And then the most recent one was 2 days ago when they took on Kansas City Elite. They lost that one by a final score of 4-3. So they're looking for their first close win situation this year. And the count is 2-0 to Rainer Bean. No outs, and Dylan LaRue, the pinch hitters, at first. Now Bean's ahead 3-0. Bean can make it 3 times on the base path if he gets a ball or a hit here. That one's right down Broadway for strike 1. Tanner Norman is on deck. Cade Green is in the hole. Those 2 have both gotten on base just once. And another one goes outside, and there is ball 4 for Rainer Bean, advancing Dylan LaRue over to second. And now the head coach of the Hornets is going to make his way out to the mound for a meeting. There is one player currently in the bullpen. I'm not sure if he was warming up or just getting stretched, but it looks like Davion Harris's night has come to an end. We'll see who the new pitcher is for the Hornets when we come back. As Tanner Norman is the next batter up for the Larks and runners are on first and second. The Hornets will make a change, replacing Davion Harris as number 3, Hudson Ivy. On the PA system, it was announced that the new pitcher is Davis Spikerman, but I have it as Hudson Ivy. It's tough to tell because the Hornets have 2 players on their lineup card that wear the number 3. But Hudson Ivy is listed as a pitcher, so we're going to go with that one. Count is 1-0 to Tanner Norman. Looking at Hudson Ivy, he is a sophomore from Upper Iowa at the Division II level. Currently sits in the transfer portal after playing 4 games for the Peacocks this season. Works with a 1-0 count and goes inside on the next one. It's now 2-0 to Norman. Hudson Ivy is a submarine pitcher, and they've used him in late game situations before, so that's why they decided to sub him in now. He looks back at second base, sends the ball to the plate, and Norman puts down a bunt down the third base line, and it's fielded by Hasabu, and he is safe at first base. A perfectly placed bunt by Tanner Norman loads the bases for Cade Green, and that'll be listed as an infield single. He made great contact with that one. It had a lot of power on it, but Hasabu had to run up on it. Dylan LaRue ran behind him over to third, and now the bases are loaded, still no outs. So Cade Green works with the bases loaded and a chance for the Larks to take their first lead of the night. The pitch is on the way, and Ivy goes to the outside corner, missing it. That will be called ball 1. Ivy has 5 appearances coming into tonight's game, but has only pitched 4 innings. Count now stands at 2 balls and no strikes. The runner at third is Dylan LaRue, the pinch hitter for Braden Cox. Rainer Bean is at second and Tanner Norman's at first. That one missed the strike zone, and it's 3-0 now. If Green walks, the Larks have their first lead of the night. Here's the pitch from the sophomore, and it's outside, and the Larks have their first lead of tonight's game. Dylan LaRue crosses home plate and makes his way to the dugout. It's 4-3 in favor of the Larks. And it looks like the Hornets are going to have another meeting. I can't imagine they'd make another change in just two batters face for Hudson Ivy. But he's actually going to go out of the game, so they will make the change. So Hudson Ivy only faces 2 batters, and a change is made. And the Larks have their first lead of tonight's game at 4-3. We'll be back in just a moment here on the Larks Network. The new pitcher into the game now for BTL is number 23, Jacob Dolan, the graduate of Gardner Edgerton, committed to Ottawa. Will step in after Hudson Ivy only faced 2 batters. Austin Crawford working with the bases loaded, no outs. The pitch on the way, and he swings and misses at that one for strike 1. The runner that scored to give the Larks the lead was Dylan LaRue. Rainer Beans at third, Tanner Norman's at second, and Cade Green is over at first. Here's the 0-1 on the way, and that one will drop, evening the count up with 1 ball and 1 strike. This one will drop into the zone. 1-2 now to Crawford. Crawford goes back into the box. He's the only Lark to score 2 runs tonight. Here comes the 1-2, and he swings and misses at that one, and there is a strikeout. That's the first out of the inning, and now up is Ty Schmeidler. He had the double that got the Larks in that position in the last inning to tie things up. His double advanced Austin Crawford to third, and then Carson Lyles brought both of them home. With one out, the first pitch is going to miss wide. Starting the count off 1-0 to Schmeidler. Schmeidler's had a 1-for-2 performance tonight with a double and a run. And he makes contact with this one, and it goes out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. On the 1-1, this is a ground ball that goes past Cade Green, and this one rolls into right field. 1 run is in, and a second run is in as well. 6-3 is the Larks' lead as Ty Schmeidler gets a 2 RBI single, scoring Rainer Bean and Tanner Norman. A 3-run inning for the Larks to get the lead back up. Now up is number 4, Carson Lyles, the 8th Street Liquor Beverage batter. Lyles awaits the pitch from Jacob Dowling. With that last play, that was the first earned run that Dowling has given up since June 1st. He goes high and inside on the first pitch, and Lyles gets ahead 1-0. The catcher gives the signal to Dowling. He looks back at second base and sends the ball to the plate. And that one gets in the zone. The count now moves to 1-1. Dowling goes to a slider on the third pitch, and it misses outside. It's a tied count with 2 balls and 1 strike. Reminder to fans coming up, we'll have our post-game player interview as well as our post-game show. Tonight we're probably going to interview Carson Lyles and Austin Crawford. Lyles has recorded 3 RBIs. Dowling will step off the mound there. But Lyles has recorded 3 RBIs on 2 hits. And we're probably going to interview Austin Crawford along with him. He's the only Lark with multiple runs tonight. The next pitch is a ball. Both runners will advance for the Larks. And another group moves into scoring position as the count is 3-1 to Lyles. The next batter up will be Braden Hebner. Lyles puts down a bunt, and this one will be fielded by the pitcher. He throws it home, and the tag was made in time, but he lost it at the very end. So Cade Green will be called safe. And now the head coach for the Hornets is going to come out and try to appeal this one to the home plate umpire. His argument that he can make is that he made the tag, rolled over, and then let go of the ball. And I think that's what the catcher, Jackson Whitten's, trying to argue. So they will not overturn the call. It's a fielder's choice RBI on a bunt for Carson Lyles. Cade Green scored from third. Ty Schmeidler's now the runner at third. And the Larks lead at 7-3. So this is Hebner's second appearance at the plate tonight. He was the pinch hitter for Dylan Hazelhorst in the 7th inning. He works with 1 out and a 7-3 lead. The score was 3-1 going into the bottom of the 7th inning. The Larks scored 2 runs in the bottom half of that inning from Austin Crawford and Ty Schmeidler. Lyles was the one that brought them home. And the Larks have put up 4 runs in this bottom of the 8th inning, in this bottom half of the 8th inning alone. Jacob Dahlin looks back at first base. Focuses on the batter, and this one's popped out of play. The count is 1-1. And it looks like a fan in the crowd made the catch. I can't see where it went. But I think it was a young fan, had his glove out there in the gravel area behind the first base dugout, and he made the grab. So props to him. Since the Larks are batting, it's a good thing this isn't banana ball. Swing and a miss moves the count to 1-2, and Lyles will be caught stealing at second. The only runner on now is Ty Schmeidler at third. Dahlin kicks and deals the 1-2. And this one's a hard ground ball going into the glove of Asabu. And the throw goes down to first base in time, but the Larks have a 7-3 lead. And they just need to record 3 more outs to improve to 14-0. As we start the top of the 9th inning, the Larks make a change on the mound, going to their go-to closer. That is number 23, Jackson Ramos, to close out tonight's game. His first batter facing is number 2. He's facing is number 2, Cade Uniac. And Uniac leaves the first pitch upstairs for ball one. In the last inning, the Larks only recorded one hit, but they scored 4 runs to take a 7-3 lead. Count is now 2-0 to Cade Uniac. Clayton Anderson's on deck. Logan Melvin's in the hole. Ramos sends the 2-0 to the plate, and it's right down Broadway for strike one. Coming into tonight's game, this is the 7th appearance for Ramos. He's already gotten 1 save. I don't believe that this one will count as a save because it's a 4-run lead. But if it does, he's going for the second save, for his second save, and the Larks' third. He now faces a 3-1 count against Cade Uniac. He goes to his fastball that time. It catches the low part of the zone, and it's a full count. It's the Northern Kentucky commit against the Shawnee Mission South graduate. Here's the payoff pitch. And it's too low and inside, and it's going to be called ball 4 by the home plate umpire. So next up is Clayton Anderson. He's listed as 0 for 1 tonight, but has reached base twice. The first one was from a catcher's interference in the 2nd inning, and then in the 7th inning he walked on a 3-1 count. The curveball drops into the zone for strike 1 to Clayton Anderson. The Hornets will go back to the top of their order for the after this at bat. They've now gone through it 4 times. And that one misses down low. The count now 1-1 from Jackson Ramos. For Ramos in his 6 appearances, only 4 of them have been for just 1 inning. He's had 2 others that have gone longer. One of those was on June 12th, where he came in for 2 innings and recorded 4 strikeouts against the Colorado Lumberjacks. That was the game that the Larks won 1-0. 2-1 now, the count to Clayton Anderson. And a throw back to first base, not in time. Now Ramos will turn his attention to the batter. Anderson's a freshman from Gardner, Kansas. In search of his first hit on the night. That one drops down low, and it's in the zone. 2-2 now. For the Hornets, they've only recorded 2 hits in tonight's game. All those came in the 7th inning from Logan Melvin, who's on deck, and then Cade Uniac, who's at first. That one bounces to the right of the plate, and it's back-to-back full counts for Jackson Ramos against the Hornets. No outs in the top of the 9th inning. Ramos comes set, deals the payoff pitch, and this one's going to be lined foul and out of play. I've said it already, and I'll say it again. The Hornets have done this all night. They deal with those 2 strike counts, and then they start fouling it off. And then eventually they'll either get the hit or put it in play or walk in the end. Ramos deals the 3-2, goes outside, and now there's 2 runners on and no outs. After the 2 walks, there's runners at first and second, and the Hornets are back to the top of their order with Logan Melvin. This has been a very long game tonight. It started at 7:07 p.m. It is currently 10:20. Ramos comes set, delivers the pitch, and he goes to the slider, missing outside, and Logan Melvin's ahead 1-0. Tonight, Melvin's walked twice, including an RBI with the bases loaded, and he singled in his last appearance. Finds the strike zone on the next pitch, now 1-1. Melvin's only gotten 2 RBIs coming into tonight's game. He's down 1-2 as he chases after the next pitch. Ramos just needs 1 more strike, and he doesn't get it just yet. That one's outside, and the count is even at 2-2. Larks fans cheering on Jackson Ramos in his 7th game with the team, and they will clap along to help him out. Half-hearted swing, and Melvin did not. The field umpire is going to say he didn't go around. That one looked like it crossed home plate, but they're going to say that that's ball 3. Keith Harper's in disbelief. He's going to come out there and I don't blame him for coming out. That looked like Logan Melvin went around. His back crossed home plate all the way, and that's not the first time we've seen that tonight where they swing and it looks like they went around, and then the field umpire reverses the call. I'm really surprised that they called that one a ball. That really looked like Logan Melvin swung. So now Jackson Ramos needs to get a strike right here or rely on his fielders to help him out. Here's the payoff pitch from Ramos, and it gets the outside corner. The controversial calls now irrelevant as there's out number 1. That is strikeout number 12 on the year for Jackson Ramos. The next batter up is Davis Spikerman, the substitute for Nico Martinez. First pitch is a strike to Spikerman. The first pitcher that he faced was Sammy Fredrich back in the 7th inning. That was Frederich's final inning before the Larks subbed in Justin Piñardo. Ramos gets set, sends the 0-1 to the plate, and he goes around there. There's strike 2. The Larks fans will clap again now that there's 2 strikes. The ball goes to the plate, and it just missed high and outside. Hazelhorst tried to frame it. Or correction, that's Dylan. I think that's Dylan LaRue now because Dylan Hazelhorst was subbed out. One and 2 and 1 out. Ramos kicks and deals, and he goes to the slider. It's a swing and a miss for out number 2. Now all the weight rests on Jackson Whitten, the catcher in tonight's game. His only time getting on base was a walk. Other than that, he struck out 3 times. Ramos gets set to deliver the pitch, and that one misses just up high. 1-0 to the Truman State commit, Jackson Whitten. Ramos took a peek back over at second base, but he just needs to focus on the batter now. Count moves to 1-1 as Whitten watches the next pitch go by. Larks fans continuing to clap along. Ramos has gotten back-to-back strikeouts. He can either make it 3 in a row or his fielders can help him out. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, and Whitten goes down 1-2. Larks trying to remain perfect. They're 13-0, looking for win number 14. Ramos is ready, so is Whitten. Here's the pitch. And it misses outside for ball 2. Ramos is getting his pitch from the catcher. He gets set. Taking a deep breath, now turns his focus to the batter. Here's the 2-2. It drops into the zone, and the Larks remain unbeaten, surviving a scare from the BTL Hornets. And now it's time for our post-game player interview. Tonight it's with Carson Lyles and Austin Crawford.
7-3 win for the Larks. 7 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. For the BTL Hornets, 3 runs on 2 hits and no errors. Again, our Larks are 14-0. Justin Piñato 1-0, getting the win tonight. Second save of the season for Jackson Ramos. Stick with us for our on-field post-game interview with Hank Corsair. It's sponsored by Lewis Automotive, 4440 Vine in Hayes.
Where I'll be rooting for the Hayes Larks. All of my friends are gonna be there too. Nothing in the world I'd rather do than grab a hot dog burger and a cold beer. You'll hear me yelling out a big cheer.
Larks have an off day tomorrow before they start a 3-game series with the Dodge City A's. It's RMBL action right here on Friday night, 7 o'clock start. Saturday night, the Larks go to Cavalier Field in Dodge for the return match and then finish up the series on Sunday night. Right back here in the friendly confines. Game time each night, 7 p.m.
By their first name. Sure am glad I made it to the game. Rain or shine, I'm gonna be there. If the stands are full, I'll bring a lawn chair. So join me down at the old ballpark. I'll be rooting for the Hayes Larks. Hayes Larks! Join me down at the old ballpark. I'll be rooting for the Hayes Larks. Hayes Larks!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for tonight's post-game player interview with Hank Corsair. It's sponsored by Lewis Automotive Group in Hayes at 4440 Vine Street. Check them out at buylewis.com. Hank, it's yours.
Thank you, Ken. I'm here first with Carson Lyles, who had 4 RBIs tonight. What did you notice from the pitchers that allowed you to do that?
Well, you know, first AB came up, struck out on a tough pitch. You got to learn pitch to pitch in college ball, and it's been a big adjustment, and I feel like I was able to do that in the next 2 ABs.
And the Hornets deserve a lot of credit tonight. They stepped in on short notice to face you guys. What would you say was most challenging in facing them?
Definitely their pitching. I mean, that's some of the best dudes we've seen all season. And hats off to them for being a gritty team. I mean, kept us down 2-0 for a long time.
And now you guys, your next 7 games are in RMBL play. What's the mindset going into those games?
Just do the little things right, show up each and every day, and get out and play for these fans.
Well, congrats on a great performance. Ladies and gentlemen, Carson Lyles. I'm now here with Austin Crawford, who was the only Lark tonight to score 2 runs. What was working for you on the base path?
Just really trying to get to the next bag and be a good base runner for the team.
And I was talking about it on the broadcast, but you are an alum of Lawrence High School, so since you played a team who a majority of their players are from the Kansas City area, did you have any familiarity with them and know what to expect from some of them?
Yeah, actually, one of my good friends that I grew up playing with was on that team, so I knew a little bit of his stuff, but it was good to see him for sure.
And then same question for you. What's the mindset going into these next 7 games that will affect your RMBL record?
Just stay hot. Keep doing what we're doing.
Congrats on the big win. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Austin Crawford. The Larks trailed for a majority of tonight's game, but they survive and win it by a final score of 7-3. Welcome into the postgame show, everybody. My name is Hank Corsair, and the Larks are now 14-0 with a win tonight. And like I said, they trailed for the majority of this contest. BTL scored those 2 runs in the second inning and were able to rely on their pitching for the majority of the game. But near the end, when they subbed in guys like Davion Harris and Hudson Ivey, it slowly started to fall apart, and the Larks capitalized off of some of their mistakes. And thanks to 6 runs scored combined in the 7th and 8th inning, they were able to take the lead and keep it and remain undefeated. But either way, the BTL Hornets deserve a lot of credit. The Larks weren't even supposed to play them back in May. When you looked at the schedule, the Larks were supposed to be in Topeka tonight taking on the Capitals, but the Hornets were able to step in on short notice after Frank Leo made a lot of phone calls to find a replacement opponent. So the Larks wish a lot of respect to them and good luck to them on the rest of their season. But looking at some of the top performances from this game, Austin Crawford was the only Lark to score 2 runs. Carson Lyles contributed for 4 RBIs. One of those was the RBI single. He also had a 2 RBI single in the 7th inning that tied the game up, and then he had that fielder's choice RBI that he put down a bunt, and the throw to home was not made in time. And then the pitching was able to hold things up as well, as the Larks only gave up 2 hits all in the 7th inning and hold the Hornets to 3 runs. And that's still a very good team. They're coming off of a season in 2025 where they went to the NBC World Series. They went 1-2 with their lone win coming against the Derby Twins. And they proved themselves tonight. They had a lot to play for despite their record. They were trying to get back-to-back wins for the first time this season, and they had the Larks scared for a lot of the game. But in the end, the Larks win it tonight by a final score of 7-3. And that's going to wrap up our coverage on the postgame show. Looking ahead for the Larks, they're going to have tomorrow off. And then like I was saying in the postgame interview, the next 7 games are in RMBL play. So starting Friday, the Larks will play here at at Larks Park against the Dodge City A's. Then the next day they'll travel to Cavalier Field. And then on June 28th, they'll play the A's again for that 3-game series. And that will be their final home game until July 6th, because the next 4 games after that will be in Colorado. The first 2 will be against the Fort Collins Foxes, and then the other 2 will be against the Game Day Angels. So it should be interesting to see where the Larks go from there. But, again, that's going to wrap up our coverage of tonight's game as the Larks win it by a final score of 7-3 to improve to 14-0 on the year. Thank you all for tuning in to tonight's game. My name is Hank Corsair, and ladies and gentlemen, have a great rest of your night.